Whoa, folks! Turning the microphone on to say thank you so much, Adrian Learns, from choosing us. How's it going, Raiders? We're gonna be doing a bunch of ocaml here on stream. How's the volumes? How are things sounding? Sounds good? Hey, Dylan, how's it going? Liminox, what's up, Oddly, Sabine? So wholesome to see all of you. I'm a little quiet. All right, we can bump that up. So up G control. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. How is that? Is that better? Is that a little better? Nice. Whoa! Our boy Dylan got the offer. Don't worry, Adrian. It's all right. Like, this stuff happens. I was just doing a tweak or two here. For some reason, the bot doesn't work. So actually, let me go and start a officially start sharing my screen and stuff. I just want to make sure everything's good. Going to studio mode, going to the coding area. Oh my god, my hair is a mess. That's a little better. Yeah, okay. Y'all ready? Transition in 3, 2, 1. Hello, everyone. I don't know if you can see anything, but hello. How's it going? I actually did something new for today. And we'll see how it works, right? Especially when I start typing. I get the impression that some of you are really going to enjoy this and some of you are going to hate me for it. Okay? So, before we get to that, so just putting a pin on it, let's see if we can make some of these messages from the bot work, because I don't think they do. Can y'all spawn any of these custom commands like keyboard, stack, dot files, or song? And of course, if any of you know why like stream elements may not be connected properly, then happy to take the advice and get it fixed. We're listening to the Blue Tones, a band that I love that I haven't heard in a long time. But this morning, I woke up just thinking, there's this song, Blue Tonic, that I love. Oh, Solomon by Swarm is great. This song here has a little bit of a lyric at some point. I can find it. There, and only a fool won't take the chance to say the same. And I was just thinking like that. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. Like, why would a fool, right? Why would you be a fool for taking the chance, for not taking the chance to say the same? Like, that would mean that if you do take the chance to say the same, you're not a fool. So if you take a chance to change, then you'd be a fool. And I kind of like change. I like how things change. All right, let's look at chat here. Oh, we actually got to 666 followers. We said we are going to play Iron Maiden at that point. We might do that in a second. Okay, so the bot is not working. That sucks. Anyone else uses Stream Elements here that may know what the problem is? Because I'm pretty sure the bot is working in terms of spam and ban words and stuff like that. Modules, counters, user management, chat commands. If I go to settings here, I don't really want to connect a custom bot name here. We might need to part and then join again. All right, we got the bot running there. Let's see if we can actually get the song one. Song. No? Dot files? I don't know, commands? One of the straightforward ones. Stream Elements bot running. It should be working. I believe that it should be working. And lot of style. Oh, new album. Okay, we might listen to this. In the bot tab, I have the following on Stream Elements. Bot status Stream Elements bot is currently active in your channel. Yeah, that's what I have here. Settings. Bot is currently active in your channel. Bot is up and running. Messages are received and will be posted in your chat. So unless chat stats, media requests, yeah, this is fine. Is there anything I need to enable on the Twitch side? Like on the settings here on this side? Make your bot a mod. Okay, we can try that. Alright. Add as mod. Cool. So now it's a mod. Stack. Yeah, that was that. So dot files also works. You can go into keyboard. Let's fucking go. Thank you so much, Dylan, everybody. The ocaml man himself. Shout out. That is a tough word for me to say. DM Mulroy. Dylan Mulroy. Go follow them. They also stream ocaml. So, yes. And I think we should have done a shout out. I guess I'll have to wait for that. For Adrian. Okay, so I did something weird. Or maybe awesome. I don't know. We'll see. I have been having some issues with Riot on Linux. And Privan Emil has been amazing, so very supportive, right? And just trying to help getting Riot running on Linux. But why is this a problem? The reason it broke on Linux is that we rewrote the async IO layer of Riot, right? We based the design of Tokyo's Mio. So if you've heard of Rust, you probably heard of Tokyo, the main async engine they have, right? And Tokyo itself is built on top of this very tiny library called Mio, Metal IO. And what Mio does is that it puts this very thin layer on top of different operating system level event systems, right? That are there so people can build async applications, right? Usually all of them are kind of the same, but they have differences, right? You have BSD systems like macOS. You use something called KQ, kernel Q. And on Linuxes, you usually use Pol or ePol or IO Uring. That one is the newest one, as far as I know. On Windows, you use IOCP, which is something that apparently came out of Windows NT, so some time ago. And what Mio does is that it puts this layer on top of all of those, so you don't have to think about that at all, and you can just build async IO Rust applications. So that's what we did with gluon, right? And a gluon is, let's see if we can go into the code. It's just a tiny package we have here inside of Riot. The interface is also kind of small, right? It all begins with a Pol instance. So you create an instance of a Pol, right? And then you can register and deregister and sort of re-register sources, right? you can say, I have this thing that I want to be notified when it's ready. And then with an interest, you can say if you want it to be ready for reading or writing. And with a token, you can say, this is a little number that I'm going to give you, so you can give it back to me whenever this source is ready for this interest, right? So this socket is ready for reading, and you get a token back. So you can use that token to match up with whatever domain-specific things you're building, right? And you can build crazy fast I/O that way. Everything else we have here in this module is kind of like the internal mechanics, and most of it maybe shouldn't even be here. It could just very well be internal, right? But it's interesting how this little library now became the building, like the core building block on top of the async I/O for Riot, because everything in Riot that is async I/O, right, reading for files, listening on sockets, streaming data, and so on, that happens through gluon. And then Riot can focus itself, like the runtime, right, can focus itself on processes, message passing, all of those nice things. Anyway, so we built this. On my way, I hacked it together over the weekend, and it got some amazing performance on Mac. Like, I haven't published anything just yet, but it's just orders of magnitude better than what we had before. It is so stable. I love it. It is super easy to reason about as well. When you think about it, when you look at the scheduler code, it's like, oh, of course, yeah, you get a token. The token matches a process. We wake up, that process is done, right? But this library has a couple of internal modules that are sort of system specific. And while I was able to write KQ, right, and get it up and running nicely, very nicely, when I started writing EPOL, we very quickly run into the problem that this thing does not compile on Mac, right? So we need to compile it on Linux, right, and run it on Linux. So Emil was really kind helping us here, and then eventually Diogo, another friend, opened a pull request using the original patch from Emil, and we actually got this thing after a couple of small fixes. We got this running, but it's not quite there. It needs a proper Linux machine, and I need access to it to be able to play around with that, run the code, do fixes, get a good sort of feedback cycle, and so on. So I went back home and revived my old Linux machine, Deep Space 2. It could work, but it's, there are layers to that. And I want the thing to run directly on the I/O rather than virtualized somehow. Like I could use, for example, a container, but then that means I have to move the code somehow, right? Like mount it into the container and then run things from there. And I've had issues with that while trying to work at places where essentially force you to work through that, like dev containers, for example, with the syncing of code, for example. Definitely had issues with the build cache being shared across the host machine and the container. It's not impossible. At the end of the day, the thing will run in a container, but I wanted access to a machine where I can actually try things there, right? So I had a Linux box at home. It had just been collecting dust. So I undusted it. I connected it to the internet. I got SSHD set up there, right? And here it is. This is a Deep Space 2. It's a 64-core Ryzen Threadripper that I bought a long time ago thinking I'm going to make good use of this. And then I have not. So now we're going to try to set up ocaml in it so we can run Riot here and see why it breaks, and how can we fix it. Sounds good? Sounds like a streaming plan? And hopefully, now, you will be hearing a little more of the typing. Okay, so we'll get started by just finishing my dot file setup. So I have actually Nix here. I don't have any of my tools. It's just so frustrating. I have a top level flake file, right? This is so broken. All right. Let's go with C. Yeah, whatever. Ruby. No, none of them are good at, okay, to highlight this. And essentially I have a little bit of configuration here for different machines. Right now for just one of them, right? This laptop, which is called Cerritos. And I would like to add more configurations here for other machines. But more than that, I would just like to run that home Nix, right? Which is in home, config, Nix packages, home Nix, right? And get some of these tools up and running, which are, kind of straightforward. Like I need Zish, ZSH, I need Tmux, I need FSF, RG, ripgrep. I do this usually via Darwin rebuild, right, on macOS. And I have no idea how to do this on Linux. So we're going to struggle for a second there. So I think if we search for, I should bookmark more things, but Nix is terrible. And I'm going to say from me. This is rather old, so maybe not so old. So I'm trying to find a series of threads around installing Nix with devamp. So maybe we can search for that. Devamp. Devamp Nix. Devamp, this solution for, essentially the Cat6 team thingy. So I don't think we have Nix installed in this machine. We do. Wow. Kind of scared. So how do we uninstall that Nix? Because I don't remember doing that. Just do the thing. Okay. So we are removing stuff. Okay, so after removing all that stuff, then we should be able to install Nix. I don't really use an LSP for Nix, but right. But I remember there was a devamp style alternative, right, that did offer a custom Nix installer that I used that was just beautiful. And I just can't remember the name because I am not much of a Nix person. Oh, I love this joke. How do you tell the difference between a chemist and a plumber? Ask them how to pronounce unionized or unionized. I don't remember if it was flux itself, right? I don't think it was flux. Because they don't really have, like, yeah, it's still under a wait list. Flux dev. It might actually be this. No, this does not look like that. That box. Is it an X thing? Jetpack IO. Nix Hub. Nix for noobs. Yes. Yes, please give me Nix for noobs. That's what I want. Fluxity. No, it's not this one, but it kind of looks like it. It might not be Flux at all. So easy Nix installation. Oh, determinate systems. That does sound like it. Nix tutorials blog. Determinate systems Nix installer. I think this was it. Yeah, this is the guide. 0 to Nix. Yes. Yes! Thank you, Anchors. Thank you so much. Cool. So, yeah, it should work because I have a 60-bit AMD here. Cool. Let's do it. Paste. Running shit from the internet. I don't care. So proceed, yes. Oh, so I guess it's like a hand gesture for a tiny heart. Korean keys, Korean heart. It just what do you say? Una muestra de gratitud, a show of gratitude. Oh no, I think you're talking about this one, right? The world's smallest fiddle. There's even an emoji for this, like thumb over index. It's just good. Super self-conscious, like, oh no, did I cut my nails? Yeah, I have. It's fine. All right, so we have that. And that was that? Really? So now we have Nix. This is fucking amazing. Seriously, we didn't do anything. Just copy paste and that was it. All right, Pony say. Let's see if that works. It's downloading. This will work. Hello, Nix. Absolutely, Anchors. So right now we have the sort of the Caravan Discord, right? Where you'll see all sorts of things happening. If I ever see how to, okay, show all. No, what? How do I see all the channels? Okay, yeah. There's tons of stuff happening here. Definitely other like streamers in the ocaml category, right? And so yeah, amazing. But most of the like more technical building of Riot is happening on the little Ocaml Riot Discord, which I had started like before we did the whole caravan rebranding. So here is just more like signal versus noise. Here is just building Riot. So if you want to help with that, I think this is a better place to do that. I will drop a link. So editing by link. And I should probably, we can now, oh, look at that. Excellent. That is excellent, the art, right? We should definitely do something like that for Minty. Like you can imagine seeing a full, you can draw, like come on, you can definitely do like a full screen Minty game with graphics like that. I would buy that. Like I would definitely play that. So we're gonna come here. I'm gonna go to stream elements, right? We're gonna go into our bot and I'm gonna add chat commands, right? And we're gonna do custom commands and we're gonna do Discord here. Riot dev. Yeah, of course, that's what we want to do. Copy that entire thing. Brilliant. Never, no limit. That sounds good. Generate, copy. I'm gonna come back here. For Riot development. And we'll drop a link to the caravan as well. Invite people. Generate new links, copy, perfect. Activate command. Yeah, Dwarf Fortress, exactly. Can somebody try that? Let's see if it works. Woo, look at that. Oh wait, there's no new line there. Maybe we can do that. A few dashes. No, it did not like that. Huh. Is the first one correct? No, it's also mixing it up. Why are you doing this? Save. Discord. Okay, that works. Not ideal, but it is what it is. We need more layouting support. Cool. Cool beans. So now we have Nix. We need to do Nix develop dot, I guess. Is there something like the home manager for Linux? Because we really would, I would really like that. Honestly, where is it? Home manager, like 0 to Nix, quick start. No, this is the guide we're going through. Home manager, there's no mention of home manager here at all. Oh, Nix home manager Linux. I have no idea how to use home manager either, so I just know it exists. Because I've been using the Darwin whatever for the Mac, right? Yeah, I have that already. Perfect. So I should install Home Manager somehow and then do Home Manager Switch, right? Do I have it? No, I don't. So how do we install Home Manager? Like, don't tell me how to use it. I need to get it. Installation as a user. What are you doing to me? No, I want to install this thing. I tried, but it was really late for me. So I went to bed. But I did swing by and say hi and stuffs. But I have to read. I don't want to read. This is not what I want to do. I want to do something else. This is in the way of me doing the thing I want to do. I need to incorporate it into NixOS. Honestly, after building Warp, right, and having to deal with all of the things that Nix deals with, the problem space is cursed, right? It is absolutely damned. Nix is absolutely terrible. It is just the shittiest tool out there. And yet, it is the best package manager that we have. Hey, I am 27. The difference between Nix and Docker. I believe Nix gives you local dev shell without configuration. Docker also provides you an image with all dependencies. So the main difference there is that Docker relies on some form of virtualization, right? It's like you are running, maybe virtualization is not the right word. It can be in some operating systems, but essentially it gives you this like lockdown environment where things shouldn't escape. In practice, they can in all sorts of weird ways, right? And what Nix does is sort of say, well, we're going to give you a very similar thing, like an environment that is self-contained, where all of the things will be controlled, right? So when this was interesting to realize when building Warp, right? Essentially, what Nix is a super complicated way of putting together the right path environment, right? It has all the things in there, but the core of Nix is that it will set the right path so that it finds the things that you expect it to find and not whatever other garbage you have installed everywhere else, right? There's a lot more to it than that. There's the language and so on, but yeah, Nix is just an absolute pain in the ass. And I do not think devamp or flux.dev, I do not think that they will manage, right, to hide it so well that you won't be exposed to the guts of Nix, because you still have to deal with all of the same complexities, right? There's just a layer on top that is sort of hoping or trying to keep it down. But when it breaks, if you don't know how Nix works, right, Flux is not going to help you, devamp is not going to help you, and so on. I honestly think that if it wasn't for the massive Nix packages repo, then it would be a great idea to just say, okay, Nix was amazing, we learned a lot, let's do the next thing. Okay, declarative version of NixEnv. So what I'm picking up here is that there is no package that I install with Nix, like Nix installed this thing, right? I do have my config already stored there. So if we go into cat config, can you hear the keyboard, by the way? Okay, sounds good. We are going to do Linux script, and we're gonna remember some of the steps. And then that's fine. We can run this thing now. If you do not plan on having home manager manage your shell configuration, then you must source this name. Sure. Wait, home manager tool should be installed now. You can edit. Okay, so now I can edit that to point to the file I already have, right? If I understand that correctly. Oh, not so bad. Comments are the same in Python. I wonder if it's the same in Ruby. I think it is. Yeah. I think I'm gonna have to run a different command. So I want to point it to the file I already have, right? Hey Teach, how's it going? We don't have a package per se, but we did start building Chatty. Essentially, IRC client for Twitch with a TWI application on top. So if you go into this repo, I'll drop that on the chat, then you will find there's a library here called Twitch. And this library is essentially an IRC application, right? You can connect, you can join, you can send commands back and forth. It has a couple of high-level things here. Yeah, send message, authenticate, join, and validating requirements, stuff like that. The architecture is pretty straightforward. You just have this one process that's constantly reading the socket, right? And parses messages. So, when it receives a message, it actually receives an already parsed message like that. So if you want to add messages, because this is not comprehensive like full, if you do want to have a look at a full version of this, I think TMI by Ryan, right? TMI, I think is here. Yeah. Twitch messaging interface for Elixir. He's got a just crazy thorough, right, list of messages and all things in here. So it's good for stealing. Stealing from Ryan. I also think it's just in develop branch here. What? Okay, maybe he hasn't pushed that yet, but he's working on it, I'm sure. Cool. I mean, I'd be more than happy to help out if you do build it on Riot or something, like ocaml even, right? But I understand that if you just want to get it up and running, then Ryan's live makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Maybe this is how we hook Ryan and get him riding ocaml. Yeah, so we're not quite there with Riot, at least that vertical slice, right? Like the highest level thing we have right now is Trail, which is composable middlewares, right? And you can do some nice things like spin up a WebSocket from here and so on. So we're not so far away from something like live view. I know Diogo also was interested in working on that, in getting a live view version of this built on top. But I think other than the support for WebSockets, this is where I want to sort of cap that vertical slice. So if you want to build something like Live View on top of this, by all means, go ahead. Y'all think I could get a sponsorship by Monster? I drink so much of the shit. Okay, so how do we point the home manager, right, to our existing file? Can we do help here? No, this is going to be help for the shell. And this just installs the thing, right? This is really nice. The fact that there are pages here to browse. 38,000 pages. Jesus. Tej, are you going to read this entire manual before you use Home Manager? Front to back? I think I'm just going to go for imports here. So we know that our file should be, oh, come on, did we lose that? Here, right? Packages, I don't want to do stuff here. I want to use the ones I have already in Nix packages. Home. No, no Darwin. Seriously, we don't even have networcy. I want to use this stuff, right? Environment system packages. Session variables, no, I don't care. So what we had copied over was this, right? So maybe we just need to add imports here. So home manager, and we kind of want to just do config home Nix packages, right? I doubt that this would work, but this is what I would like to do. Here's the man himself, Pixel Hero. Did y'all know that Pixel is responsible for me even like knowing about Nix and, you know, being the avid user that I am? But no, every time my configuration was broken, Pontus has helped with that. And once again, hopefully, he'll help. So Pontus, what do you know about overriding the home manager configuration? I already have home.nix, right? Be next. There you go. I already have that file on the right? This is the one I use on Mac, and it's just hi Xcoding. I'm trying to set up this Linux machine that has a bunch of cores, right? And I want to reuse as much as I can from my existing macOS config that is using currently Flakes for that. So yeah, I just want to install these things, these very nice things. If the microphone is kind of low, then you need to bump up your volume. Thanks. These are actually specs from a machine I am SSHing into. I'm running on a Mac, this one, and then I have that Linux box here. And we're setting this machine, the Linux one, up. You could just add an option if you're on Mac Linux. See, I would think that that's a thing I could do. But this language is so alien. Hold on. Yeah, Privan, this is Nix. Remote Linux. No. No. I am going to be continue using my Mac. I love my Mac. It's fine. The Mac is okay. You're offended. That's all right. I am okay with it. I live. Okay, so we have it. Maybe if we go through right the config tutorial, we'll learn more. Use of Home Manager Center on the configuration file, which is typically found at in Home Config, Home Manager, Home Nix. Okay, so this is why I have it there, because the Darwin crap is still using the old legacy one then. Right, I have that here, right on the right. I have my module. Fuck it. You know what? We're just gonna grab that list of packages. I'm gonna come here. I'm gonna put the packages there, and then we're gonna keep doing the thing that we want to do because I don't want to be doing this. This is some garbage that I am forced to do. Very disrespectful of my time. I'm sorry, Nix. Okay, so if we have those packages there, then I should be able to do home manager build, right? And then this should do the thing. Okay, you don't like that. Why don't you like it? What the fuck is activation package? What? All right, the imports. I'm gonna remove that. Save, build again. Oh no. Folks, it is happening. Nix is doing its thing. What is wrong with this? Isn't the whole point that I'm able to just say, okay, I want this package and you figure out how to get it? Let's do switch. This okay, fails the same way. While calling derivation strict built-in, while evaluating derivation home manager generation, while evaluating attribute build command of derivation home, exa has been removed because it is unmaintained upstream. Why didn't you just tell me that? Why do I need to see everything else that's happening here? I don't care about this language. You're a package manager. Just behave like one. Exa has been removed. Okay, so we can remove exa. Fine. %, skill issue. I'm not smart enough to deal with this shit. Somebody else should. Here for shouting at niggas. To be honest, it is pretty cathartic. I will keep doing that. Oh, come on here. Just there you go. Well, I'm hoping that the build will be as fast as my internet here. All right, cool. Done. So that means I should have Elixir, I do, and Erlang. Cool. What version of Erlang do I have? And yes, please God, Tmux. What the hell is this? This is not my config. Jesus. Did it fuck my dot files? Or what happened there? So, okay, my aliases are there for sure. Let's do a cat of tmux of actually config, right? Config, yeah. Tmux conf. We have the conf file right there. What don't you like? Oh, the OS theme. All right. That makes sense. So now I can maybe change my shell, right? What? No. No, what? I have L and LS saying whatnot, but I don't have dot files. I don't have repo either. How did I do this? Set up Nix Darwin. No, that's fine. We would need something like that, but for Linux. So I'll move the Linux binary to tools, setup, Nix, Linux. Cool. How do we change the default shell? Change default shell Ubuntu. This is literally what I did. It's an invalid shell. Seriously. That is not valid. Okay. Cool. So, oh, missing exa. Why? Why? This is so painful. Dot files should be there. And of course, dot files is wrong because I have changed my username. And then we do config, home, config, csh, alias, dot files. Cool. So now we can go into the home manager. No, that's not managed here yet. And we can do E and just add exa here. Exa. Home manager build or switch. I'm feeling lucky. Nope. What are you talking about? Where did the output go? All right, Nick's path. I remember that. I remember having to do Darwin switch maybe, and then -I am passing the path to the configuration I needed. In fact, that might actually be part of tools. Set up Nick's Darwin. Nope, no, it's not. So somebody came in here, saw that we were doing Nick's, and unfollowed me. All right, so that's not doing the thing. That's fine. How do we go back? We will have to do build and then passing a path, right? To config, home manager, home Nick's. Actually, we need to add just a directory to the path. Are you serious, home Nick's? What are you talking about? Thanks for follow anchors. So, if I remember correctly, there was a line somewhere, right, ages ago, that said, oh, if you paste this crap, then you will get a functional Nick's environment. And it was sourcing a file, right? So this is installing the home manager. I think it happened before the home manager. All right, we're gonna try that. But this will be strange. This sounds like, .config sdg convention, right? It sounds like it should be looking here by default. Screw this. Seriously, someone please make a Nix genie so we can ask you questions and do things. Uh, this is so frustrating. I I genuinely believe the only reason people want other people to use Nix is that they haven't come to terms with the bad decision that was to spend all the energy fighting it, right? So they want other people to also suffer so that their suffering will be justified. I'm I can do it. It's fine. It'll just take time. I wish I was using this time for interesting things like setting up ocaml, right? It's been an hour since we started. I have no idea what Nick's path is or what to set it to. Oh, code snack. Yes, sorry I didn't answer. It just skipped me. Code snack. This looks amazing. What? No camel here? Priv, come on. What's happening? Why aren't you starting on a camel code snack thingy? Anchors, is this like Stockholm? See, quite literally, I am living in Stockholm now and I can't get out. So yeah, I think it is. I don't want to have to deal with any of this garbage. So my thinking is that some of the commands that I was running before, we'll find it. There's a dot command, right? That we cannot find because it was in this shell, right? There, this bad boy. Boom. So if we go into CSH, right, and we do a home manager build, this should not work. But if we apply this, then I expect this to work. Okay, I don't know. I really thought this was going to source in the environment and we will have the right thing. Will this work if we do home manager here? Motherfucker. All right, I'm gonna have a look at the environment of this thing after it finishes building, and we will see what it is supposed to be, right? It doesn't even have an Nix path. Where is the Nix path? Where is it? I installed Nix using the Terminate Systems guide, Nix for dummies, Nix 0 to Nix. This one. So we get a very nice, super quick install. Loved it. And then right after that, I hope I don't have any private tokens here. Fuck my life, I have all my Darwin stuff here. So I'm gonna remove that. Actually, maybe I'll be able to do Next path, nothing. Okay. So vim config zsh environment, right? Next path. We're gonna comment that out. I forget what's the syntax for comments here. This is a CSH file. Shit. It should be comment like that, right? So if I do reload, then I get a new shell environment, right? And while we're here, I'm actually going to disable a couple of things. So we don't have that, right? And I think if I go into this file over here, config zsh env, then at the end, I'll have a couple of things that I don't care about right now. Cool, reload again. So we have a nice environment without exa yet, but still. Home builder, home manager build. He doesn't like it. I do not understand. So let's do that. Let's look at the environment path, right? Right, we have all that stuff there. Perfect. And if we go into CSH, right, and we do env grep path, I expect that we don't have that, but we do have home leostera nix profile bin. Home leostera nix profile bin. That's there, right? Nixvar nix profiles default bin. Nixvar nix profiles default bin. So we have that. We have it like several times even. This is so fucked up, but it should work. Nix, I am SSH'd into a Linux machine. This is a beautiful Threadripper 64 cores running in my apartment right now. And we're trying to set it up. I am on a Mac, but all this stuff is happening inside of that Linux box. So there's a couple of different things here, right? But mostly looks fine. Unless some of these other variables like library path, right? If you're gonna give me something that is bigger than an if Darwin, then Darwin else Linux, then I don't know if I want to spend time on that. But if you have a quick hack, anything that we can just get the machine installed, because I don't care about reproducible environments. I don't care about having this all tidy and nice on a repo. I just want to run opam init. That's all I want to do. Like the only use case I have is like I need some tools in my machine. Done. Are they there? Great. Are they not there? No bueno. Okay. No. This is just Ubuntu. I don't stray away from that. I started with Debian. I moved to Ubuntu. I'm sticking with Ubuntu. I've tried a bunch of other crap along the way, but no. One of my first Linux distros was Mandrake. 7 or 9, I forget. Cool. I'm happy with people finding distros that they like. I really wanted this to work, and it just didn't. Okay, folks, so what do we do now? We change the shell and everything breaks? Do you think that maybe it's a problem with how we are setting up the... Ooh, this sounds dangerous. There you go. The bash RC, let's see what the hell they do in bash RC. Whoa! Stuff. Okay, so the aliases may work because they're there already, but this is not my stuff for sure. So I assembled this machine back in 2019. I think the Threadripper 64 was maybe released 6 months before I got one, something like that. I forget. It's been a couple of years. I also put an RT2080 Ti, I think. I forget. Again, this machine has mostly been used to play Dota, and to think that I one day will build something that could use all of these cores. I burned my Spotify shares and bought that. Take that, impulsive decision making, ADHD for the win. On the bright side, that machine has come back to make me waste more time now with this bullshit installation. So I don't see anything here that could remotely be related to Nix. Nope. Do we have any sources? We are not sourcing anything either. Bash completion, bash aliases. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, it's been a while, yeah. We can do that. I think bash RC will have some stuff here. Yeah, but see, this is the exact same command that I run manually, right? In fact, I believe that if we have a C, we will have a CS. Yeah, there you go. It is doing the same thing. So that would mean that if I go into CSH and I run that, right, I would expect to have the same environment. I break something, it's like start over, right? But why does that work? Also, does the pony changes. What the hell? Wait, that's not a pony. This is not a pony. This is so cool. I love that the pony changes. All right, chat, we need to do this for Minty. Home manager version. I don't think this will work. It does. It works. What in the fuck? So what's that? That y'all saw me put that in there, right? Like I did that and I had to do this. I am so confused right now, but I do not care. I would not question it. I will just put that thing right into my CSH, and I will be done with that. Reload, right? Tmux. My config is broken because I don't have the right configuration there. That's fine. Let's go out there. Let's go out. I'm gonna exit. Cool. Change shell s which csh. Why don't you do that? Yeah, exactly. Nobody knows how a magnet works. Anybody that, that tries to explain to you, it's either a fool or trying to sell you something. So nix change shell csh. How do we do this? Oh, I don't want any of that. I feel like everything around the Nix ecosystem is just over the top. Like, here's a billion different configuration options. Like, I don't care about any of that. I just want CSH. That's it. Like, I have my own file, right? That's it. I have no idea what it was, and I don't care to know. I just want to be able to change my shell. And this runs, and that's fine, right? You know, modulo exa, which we know that it shouldn't work. But that probably means I should be able to go to my repos and go to alias, right? And then why hasn't this installed? If we do which or vim version, that's nvim, so we can do plug install, and we can get our plugins installed. Okay, progress. We're getting there. Yeah, I'll just edit password. Yeah. I don't know what happened. Okay, it's just taking a little bit. Oh, we're downloading crap. All right. Done? Excellent. So if we do alias now, then hopefully this will not look so terrible. Why do you look so terrible? Set ftch. And when we have exa, we will have eza. Reload. What? We installed eza, didn't we? Config, home manager, home.nix. Exa is off, eza is there. Pontus, didn't you say eza was the thing? We did that. I do have a configuration here. This is for Darwin though. I don't really need a lot of these things because I am already on a machine that's configured with this exact config, right? A modern maintain. I love that that is a selling point. Damn, that's heavy. That's the thing, J. Cole. There's way too many of us, right, that have these skill issues with nicks. So at some point, you just gotta wonder: is a tool bad, right? If most people can use it, then it's probably a bad tool. If it's expected to be used by most people, right? Still the best package manager out there. What the hell is happening? Why does it need so many things? That's a gigabyte to run an LS clone. Makes you wonder, yeah. I understand. So what I got that's new on stream is I have a second microphone. And you can hear me here as well as here. And they sound rather different. I think this one is much more wholesome. This is sort of designed for voices, if you want. But this small pencil microphone, Samsung CO2, it comes in pairs. You can actually do an XY configuration of them. It is absolutely just amazing for capturing like high-end, sort of high end of the spectrum, the sound spectrum audio, such as, for example, acoustic guitars, right? That need to be very clear and crispy and just like bright, or overhead miking of drums, stuff like that, for the cymbals. And I have it set up so that it points at the keyboard. So if I turn the volume up, you can hear like a lot of noise as well. It's pretty noisy. It's a very cheap microphone. It's really good for the money, but it's it's a cheap microphone. If I point it at the keyboards, you can really hear me typing, and it's kind of nice, or terrible. I don't know. I am definitely copying, inspired here by Dylan. Was I don't think Vim and NeoVim are built for most people. If the premise is that here's an editor that anybody can use, right? Then you need an editor that anybody can use. If the premise of Nix is like, here's how we fix package management for everybody, right? Which I'm not saying it is. But a lot of people that use Nix, they want to push Nix on everybody, right? And that's sort of implying that Nix is for everybody. Where it clearly is not. Brew is such a better package management manager from that point of view. Because a dummy like me can just brew install like whatever on the internet and it just kind of runs, right? And I don't have to think much about it. And the experience is just like, mwah. Most of the time, it just works, right? Is it a bad package manager? Yes, it is just horrible, the things it does to your system, right? But DX versus correctness, right? You gotta strike a balance there. Typing is pretty much the only ASMR I like. I just use ASDF and Pac-Man or Homebrew. Yeah, Diogo, like, whatever works for you, right? If you get the thing installed and running, that's enough. That is enough. I think in Tojimos, the problem is that there's a happy path on any tool, right? And if the happy path doesn't teach you how to use the tool, then you will never learn to use the tool, right? Every time you need to use it, you'll just do that one thing that happens to fall on the happy path and you'll be okay. Kind of like brew install, whatever, right? Most people don't know there's a Git repo, right, in your seller, and that's how it versions like all of the recipes. I forget the right name for it. It's not recipes. And that's fine, right? But in Nix, I get the impression that there is no happy path, so you are constantly forced to just like grind your face against all of the implementation details over and over and over. And then when it runs, it finally installs everything. You don't touch it. You don't touch it again. It could be months, right? Before you go like, oh, maybe I'll replace this package with a new one or whatever, right? And then you just drop that in there, and if it works, then you don't learn anything and just keep with your life as if you had never modified your Nix files, right? Now, when it breaks, you have to deal with all of the complexity under the hood, and it's just abysmal. It's just so much stuff. Whereas other tools like Vim, the happy path teaches you how to use Vim all the time, right? Every time you are in Vim and you were like opening it up and have to move around documents and so on, that is a happy path, and it's pretty crappy compared to, let's say, VS Code's happy path, right? But honestly, the people that use VS Code, they don't learn a lot about how to use VS Code, right? Because the happy path is also like very small. Just type, and then just it saves for you. No, it doesn't even save for you. You have to press Command S, right? That's it. That's the things that most people do in VS Code. On Vim, what most people do when they type, it is a lot of things. So you're constantly exercising that happy path and learning more about the tool, right? So I think that's sort of a big difference between these tools here. So an hour and a half in, and we cannot install fucking... Wait. Whoa. Did I do Nix run and then modify my environment? Is that why Exa now runs? What? This was not running a second ago. And I do Nix run, and now it works? Which is the thing we installed. We moved from Exa to Eza. Because Exa was unmaintained or something like that. I am so confused. Is Eza supposed to be runnable with Exa as well? We want to go into config, right? Home manager. What? Sorry, I can't really see that little part. There you go. E config, right? And then I don't... Very small detail. We are not in the Linux machine. We are on the Mac. That's why it worked. Ay. Change shell. You know, I'm just going to do this. Cool. There you go. I feel like I might want to extend my prompt just a tiny bit, but also if I do Tmax, why you don't like that? No, don't do this to me. I need an OS theme, so we're gonna do dark by default. Are you serious? OS theme. But this is not my config. What are you talking about? This is 100% not my Tmax config. No, we're not in Darwin, we're home manager build. All right, we need to do switch, not build. Thanks for pointing that out. ADHD, please. There we go. Finally, fucking finally, we can run that. I am. Yeah. Okay. So Tmux is still broken. At least most of the other things are good. Now, why is it broken? Right? Tmux, because we should be able to run that, right? Oh, home might not work. I don't have that path. So I have my basic config here, right? And then I have my tmux conf for different OSs, dark and light. Okay, so I definitely want to do that. We're gonna do dark right now because I don't care about the other one. So if we do tmux, ha ha ha! It is on. We have tmux. Excellent. All right, finally. Because I have an environment variable that I use in Mac, right? That tells me what the theme is of the OS because it changes from day to night. And during the day, I have a light version of tmux, so that is easy on the eyes, right? But I don't need that because this machine will only be executed from here. Okay, so this is good. We're making progress. All right, so let's start by cloning riot, right? By the way, I want to brag about this. This command repo is most likely the thing I use, the best tool I have built for myself. And it's in Bean. Is it in Bean? .files alias repo. It clones a repo into a very specific structure, right? So I end up with this beautiful tree of github.com / the usernames or organization / all the repos. I would love to see you set up an environment where you run Flake build for macOS on the Linux machine. I have zero interest in doing that. If you guarantee it will work, then we can try it in some other stream, but not today. Now that we have what we have, we're going to do ocaml, which is what we wanted to do. An hour and 40 minutes later, we finally get to do ocaml. So let's go do riot here. Hello, Leia. How are you? All good? Look, everyone. Leia's here. Okay, and what do we need? We need opam init. Thanks, Nix. I would be very happy to try something that would just run. So we're gonna not modify anything here. No, why do you do this to me? Base compiler 405? Someone wants cuddles. So hopefully this will... Yes, look at that. Look at that CPU load, everybody. Massive. Absolutely massive. Unfortunately, building ocaml is not like... Clearly there are some bottlenecks, like linking and stuff like that. I'm guessing it's linking, but could be something else. I'm curious how would riot run here, because there is a hard-coded number limit, right? of threads you can use in ocaml 5. You okay? I can scratch you. It's fine. All right, excellent. So, finally, yes, everybody. ocaml C version, yes. So now we can do opam install depths only, right? Riot opam. I think this will break in some ways, but we should get some depths installed. Okay, we'll need other things as well, so we can start cloning that. We'll need config.ml, and we need libcml as well. libc, and then this will be config. So config, I think we can do opam install, right? Or pin config 001. Just put that there. And yes, new package, create a new package. And we'll do the same thing here. Pin libc 001, and this will be create a new package, and we'll press yes for, actually, let's just do that. Yes, install all the things. I would love to minimize the amount of dependencies used here. So essentially, you only get you only require spices and TTY and everything else, right, for the nice PPX errors if you're in development mode, right? If you're not in development mode, then we don't need that. Excellent, so that installed correctly. So that means we can probably just start pinning things. So IO 008 dot yes. Hey, Leia. And we'll do the same for byte string. No, Leia, what are you doing? Oh my God. She stepped on the phone and tapped on the raid channel button, and he was about to like raid on somebody. Jesus. The crap that this cat does is amazing. So now we have that. We can put the gluon on and install it. And this is where I think things might break. Yeah, but that's fine. So we're gonna do remote add. I think Diogo has a branch for this open. Yeah. So we'll just go here and get that branch, right? And can we go to the repo quickly? Yeah, perfect. So code, give me the SSH, copy that. Diogo MQBM. We'll add that remote. So we can do full, get that remote, and then just check out that branch. I fixed gluon. Cool. So now that we're there, right, we can pin that again. And this should have a fixed version of gluon. I think I'm going to change the name gluon though, because it was supposed to be gluon from like physics, but the more I say it, the more it sounds like I'm gluing onto things. A type of elementary particle that mediates, right? Because we're really just mediating between the OS, right, async primitives and you. That was the idea, but I don't know. I also thought maybe calling it an ion right? Because there are ion engines, and that's kind of cool. They also look dope. Ion thruster or ion drive, right? Ion engine. But I do have a library called IO, and that will be like, wait, you have IO and ion. So I need to figure out what the hell am I going to call IO if I call it ion, right? Yeah, IO ion. It's going to be confusing. We could call it EO and ion, right? but that is just a like very very tiny distinction, and you cannot read the distinction between EO and IO. EO. Anyways, so now that we have gluon, we can do the same thing but install riot. We need a dot there. However, I do think that some of IO will go away, because IO right now is just definitions for like common IO errors, right? IO vectors, right? The very low level operations for building readers and writers, right? So some of this I think actually belongs in libc, and just hear me out. I think a definition of an IO vector makes sense to have at the libc level, where the vector syscalls will live, right? So if you want to use libc and say, oh, write vector, then you need a fucking vector, right? So having that type defined in there, I think makes sense. I don't know how much sense it would make to have sort of higher level operations over that vector type. But some of them you would imagine that make sense, like creating, for example, or allocating with capacity, stuff like that. Maybe not, we'll see. But if that happens, then this library will essentially be a read and a writer interface, right? So maybe it can be called something else. Okay, we're gonna install all of those packages that we depend on, and we actually need on some OS level packages here. Yeah, just install everything, I don't care. The latency is not bad at all, considering a couple of maybe kilometers away from home. All right, chat, moment of truth. Cool. We need quick check. That's because quick check is a test dependency. We can do that. All right, other than that, unused open, sounds good. Can fix that. Line 76, we don't need that. Unused open, unused open. Oof, look at that. Builds. Very, very fast builds. So, fix. And of course, my dot files, actually, git config. What? This has the wrong program for assigning things, and the wrong allows signers there. So the GitHub user is also wrong. Leia, what are you doing? Watch out with the feet. Do not tap. Do not tap the chat. Okay. What? And that makes sense. I need to. Am I in my projects? No. So dot files, tools, GPG, keygen. sudo What are you talking about? I have this already. Cannot open dev TTY permission denied. Are you serious? So how do we do this? So GitHub GPG keygen. Linux GPG full generate. Cannot open Do I have the TTY said something? I do. Interesting. Okay, so we're gonna do config for gate signing key would be not that. All right, let's redo it. What are you talking about? I literally removed you. Signing key is nothing. Format GPG. Okay, so I guess the problem is there. GPG sign false. Cool. So now that we have that in place, right, we can do a Doom build. We can do a Doom test. And I don't think we have any tests for gluon. Okay. Why? Cool. Before we dig into what's wrong, let's see if we can get the example gluon servers up and running. We have an HTTP server here. Cool. And I believe this should be a single threaded server here. So we'll look at the code in a second. So we can do curl, right? And I think it's 9001, yeah. All right, cool. So that runs, but it breaks immediately with a bad file through equal control. Oh, that's excellent. Okay, so great start. If we point Oja at it, right, and we do one connection and give me like 30 seconds. And yeah, we need to give you a protocol. So this is not that shitty considering we. Oh hey, how's it going, my cop? This is not so shitty considering we essentially wrote the equal C bindings in blind, right? Just like me, for real, for real. Oh my god, I love those latencies. It's just, you know, microseconds. There, in reality, is never going to be that way. You will have so many things that will just take hundreds of milliseconds, like other garbage code on top of this. Most likely that I will write too, because I read a lot of garbage code. Isn't that right, Leia? Isn't that right? Yes. Okay, so it can handle a single connection just fine. When that connection finishes, though, it just breaks. So we need to figure out what the problem is there. We do have an exception saying ebat file from ePOL control, right? So now comes the fun part. We can go into the ePOL module, right? And I'm actually just gonna make that small, actually remove that. I'm gonna keep it here because it looks nice, right? But we don't really need to see the whole thing all the time, so maybe that's okay. And this is the module. This is 87 lines for adding ePOL support, right? To gluon. God damn it! I want to rename it to Ion now. I think it sounds so much better. Ion Pol. All right, we'll do that later. We'll do that before we release to the OPAMs. Ion and Spark. I like Flux. I like Flux for streams. I have very consciously have been trying to find boring package names, right, for some of the things like byte string, IO, config, libc, right? Because those are things that if you go into a package manager, you may type that. You may type like config, right, to see what the hell you get, because you want to config something. Or if you want to work with libc, then you'll type fucking libc, right? Like that is the thing I in my terrible marketer experience, right? I'm looking for what the keyword would be that most people would be most likely to use to search for the thing that I'm building. Like Charlie. All human names. Bob. So the stream package, we could call it Twitch, right? So you do opam install Twitch, and then you get read-only streams, right? Mallory. I feel Mallory would be a good malloc package name. Like if you get a custom allocator, call it Mallory. So I like to name my computers after Star Trek things. So my laptop is called Cerritos because it's a Macintosh and the Cerritos. The Linux box is called Deep Space 2. My Mac Studio has been recently rebranded to Starbase 1. It was called Titantosh before. But I feel with hardware is a little different than services. In fact, I recently learned that riot is just an anagram for IO runtime. I didn't realize that. Ritos. Yeah, Ryan was in the stream where we called it. Ryan wanted it to be called something like Oink or Ionk, or what was it, Ryan? Maybe Roy? Yeah, you were there. And then I said Riot, and then you folks were like, no, we don't like it. It's kind of messy. Yeah, Riot TP, yeah. As you wanted to add that P at the end. I'm just messing with you, man, but you did say it was a bad name, though. So you gotta own your mistakes, my dude. Oi, Ju, to the bane. Yes, here's Leia. Jularase is the owner. They say I guess mother would be better of Leia. Can do a little zoom in. Hello, Leia. You do something fun or gonna say something? Planning, yeah. All right, she's not much into humans, it seems. Mother's good. All right, cool. The mother of. Okay, so EPOL control gets called, and we have whoa shit. Not the first time the camera falls on this stream. Is yeah. Eat the cat. No. So we will have an EPOL C file here that defines. Oh shit! Give me 1 sec. I need to take the laundry and put it on the machine that unwets the clothes. What is the word? Okay, I need to do that. I'll be right back. And we are back. Hey folks. So in here, at some point, we make a call to gluon Unix epoch control, right? And one of these two is complaining that we're not returning the right result. So we're gonna do the dumb thing, right? We can do fprintf, send the error, and then we'll do epoch control error, right? And then we'll just put a string there, and then we'll do str. Sorry, too much ocaml, our number, and we want to do a new line at the end, and we will do the same thing here, and we will run our server again. Standard. How do we do this for KQ? KQC. I think we have a function here, right? That just yeah. Error. Where the hell are the errors? Error. We get the error now. Oh, a string of errors like that. So Erno is undeclared on Linux. Interesting. I think we might need to include error. Yep, like that. So we'll drop that in there. Brilliant. What? That should be a string, all right. Okay. Curl. Whoa, that works now, or no? Wait. Oh. Segfault. Great. So string error is not doing what we think it does. It returns as C string, right? So how do we print the string out? Print. Okay, so add mod, this is the one that's failing, and this is actually removed. And this is add mod. That's fine. Just happened to be done the other way around. There you go. That's great, because that means this function is being called, which means this function is being called, right? Which means this function is being called, which means this function is being called, deregister. And somehow we are getting an ebatf, bat file, which I'm going to assume is a bat file descriptor, right? Which I guess is going to be the first one. KQ stuff go away. So if we go into our HTTP server, the example one, it's pretty basic. Okay, we need to do a pom install ocaml LSP server. Actually, we'll do ocaml format as well. And yeah, I think that's all for now. You can come here, just like lay around the microphone like you usually do. Cool. So we have now that, which is great. We're calling deregister at some point, and this is happening in our example. So gluon example, HTTP server. There we go. Now we have some nice pretty printing happening, I believe. Okay, maybe not so far, but we definitely have inference at least. And in our little read-write loop, right, eventually we go into finished, which is we have an error that is not a continue error. You can come here later, it's fine. There. Yeah. There we go. No worries, no worries. It's fine. It's fine. Don't get too worried. Loud noises are startling, but we are okay. You okay? You comfortable there? Yes? Yeah, so I would move the camera down so you folks can see, but it's just gonna be a mess. Nothing happened, nothing happened. She dropped the microphone, that's all. She's so cute. Damn it. All right, folks, let's do this. We bottom up as usual. We enter our little poll loop, right? We poll at every instance. We get a bunch of events. That is awesome. Then we try to handle each one of the events, right? We get a token, and this is the beauty of the gluon, the ion model. I'm gonna start calling it ion, and we'll do the renaming later. If we get the server token, then we can do server things. And if we get any other token here, we'll just assume it's a client. So we go through the accept, because that's how we get the connection accepted. And then we register the connection, right, for both reading and writing. So then this connection on the next time we call poll, it will pop up, right, as an event if there's something for us to do with it. So eventually we get here, we handle an event. The event is not the server token. We go into handle client. We find the connection, and we have a connection, right? So this branch. And we go into our read-write function. Now, this is pretty straightforward. What it says right now is that if we have a readable instance, right, then we will do a little echo loop where is it a loop? Yeah. Yeah. We will allocate a buffer, right? Some bytes, read from the network, from the connection straight into that through our TCP stream, and then check if it's empty. If it's empty, we'll say, okay, the connection is closed, right? Otherwise, we will write into the connection some data that we have pre-allocated here, which is our hello world response. And then we will re-register the same token, right, with the same interests and same source. So by the end of the loop, right, we check if we're okay, or if we are in a situation where we would have blocked, right? That just means we need to continue. So wait again for another event to handle. things. And so we do that. You living, Leia? You don't like it here? But if any other error has happened, then we just want to finish the connection. Ow. When we get it finished out, right, we will close the connection and then okay, I think maybe that's a problem there. Maybe first we need to deregister and then we close the connection. Yeah, that sounds about right. So first deregister, then close. Okay, I think that might be tricky in the actual scheduler loop, but we'll see how we feed that. So this means we can probably run hoja right with one connection and just do like 30 seconds. And it should do well. This is still a single connection. To 20,000 requests per 10 seconds. Not too bad. It is just a silly hello world example, right? But at least we can see this is doing something, right? It is not just idling, it's not blocking somewhere. Latencies are still good. Of course, we have some hiccups here because we are in a GC language, expected. So let's see what happens if we add connections here. Let's say, let's go for 10. And while we do that, I'm actually gonna keep HTOP open and we're gonna filter that into HTTP server. There. I think this should not be better because this server is just like single threaded, right? It runs one thread. I think that thread is sort of switching between accepting a connection and read writing on a connection based on the number of events, right, that are available. So it shouldn't be that much better. Okay, so we got roughly 1.5 million events, right, in 30 seconds versus, okay, 3 times as much, roughly, a little less. 2.5, let's say. Latencies are pretty good, though. I like that. Cool. So if that works there, right, then that means we can move on to the next tier. And by tier, I mean I've written the same HTTP server in Gluon, in Riot, in Atacama, and then in Nomad. And you might be wondering, why would you do that, Leandro? And it's that I want to be sure that layer by layer, right, we can load test that layer, right, and have a point of reference from the immediate layer below it. So if we know that Gluon is running this much, right, and it behaves in a certain way, then when we put Riot on top, then how does it behave differently, right? We're going to be using all the cores. We're going to be able to handle connections actually parallelly in different CPU threads, right? Cores, not just threads, right? And it also helps us see if that bunch of code in that new layer is broken somehow. So to do that, I'll open the HTTP server from bench, which is the Riot stuff. And this one is also very petite. It's much less code, right? So 53 lines against 120. And I love that because the Atacama one is even shorter. So they just like shrink down. Showing the value of picking the right abstractions sometimes. Hey, hola Bastauros! How's it going? I've seen you around. I think we might have even chatted on Twitter at some point. Thanks for the follow. So here we will first do one test, which is receive and send without timeouts, and I'll explain why later when we roll back, or maybe I'll forget. So the logic for timeouts, it's additional complexity I want to leave aside for now. So I want to make sure that however this behaves, right, it is just the code that deals with the tokens, right, and the ion engine, just moving the async stuff around. Then we'll add the timeouts, see if that messes something up. Cool, so now we can go into bench, HTTP server X, right? And we'll first do a little curl. And I think the port here is different though, 2113. Yeah, that's the one. And just so that you see it's real, if I remove the server, then that port is not being used. Cool. So now let's actually do ocaml. We'll do one connection, 30 seconds. What I expect is that this will tank. The amount of connections, the amount of requests is going to be really low, right? The requests themselves would have been really fast, but I remember, or my gut tells me that there's an issue with how we're deregistering the resources, right? Yeah, thank you. I'll change port area. 2113. Okay, so that's not so bad, right? We have a lot more stuff happening than we did before. So I think it's okay for this to be like a fourth of the throughput, right? Well, like we have processes, we're doing the continuations, the sort of effects, stopping each process individually, right? However, I don't think we are, we have a single acceptor still, so we accept one connection at a time here, and we are running a single connection. So maybe we want to try with 50 connections, right? And see how far that takes us. And then eventually, we might be able to run with, 500 connections, something like that. Breaks instantly, and when we go into removing things. Hey, Absent, yeah, I know, right? It is an obscene amount of cores. So innoent, what is innoent, right? Hello, Camel. Why don't you let me type? Unix? What are you doing next? Are you serious? What is happening? Do I have a key pressed? Yeah, I did. I had a key pressed. Okay. Yeah. So we want innoent, right? No such device, which probably means we're passing in the wrong file descriptor. That doesn't sound right at all, right? Hey, Leia. You want cuddles? Yes, that's where you're hanging out here with us. Just drooled all over my hand. Sorry, Chad. This is a cat stream now. Here, you can come here. There you go. Exactly. Yeah. So smart. Thanks for the follow, Absinthe. We appreciate it. All right. So, why are we doing that? Right? We're calling inoant on deregister. Deregister. So our accept loop, right, comes up with a connection and then moves that connection into a process, right? But I expect that connection to be unique and only like scoped to a single accept iteration, right, of the loop. So I would expect that connection to not be leaking. And then here we just call connect first, right, on that, and then send. And then eventually, once we're done with those, either because we errored or whatever, right, we call close on that connection, right? Now, when we call close, where do we go? We go into TCP stream, and that is part of gluon network, right? TCP stream let close, which is just a call to Unix close, which is fine. Now, when we turn this into a source, we're calling deregister on that file descriptor. So let's open up the scheduler loop and see, where do we call the register? Okay. So we have a problem here, and consume, okay. Maybe not here. Maybe not there, but here. But I think this should be safe. So what happens if we remove that code? Does it still break the same? That is pretty terrible. All right. Working on replacing Python with Go and Rust first, though. Someday I'll dive into ocaml. Cool. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. So you get a feeling of what a good ecosystem looks like, right? Or a, let's say, complete ecosystem looks like with Go. And then you get an idea of what it's like to build high performance things with Rust, right? With an amazing type system. You can switch to Elixir depending on your use case, right? Yeah, but I think that pipeline from Python to Go, it's good because you only have a slightly more typed language, right? And then from Go to Rust, there's a big gap, right? But it will scare you off, and then you will come back to ocaml. All roads lead to ocaml. So once we poll, we get events. We get the token out of that. We check if the process associated with the token is waiting on tokens, right? If it is, then it will have a source that is waiting on, right? Rust can be scary. Yeah, I've written my share of Rust as well. There's a lot of things in the language that it's amazing they're there, but you would wish they weren't, right? Which is one of the reasons I'm very interested in writing Riot, right? Because if we can get real fast and ergonomic apps written in ocaml, right, then we might be able to attract a whole bunch of people, right, that want better types than Go, right? Want a similar or easy-ish parallelism story, but they want a better performance, right? And I think we can give them that without going full Rust. And then, of course, when Jane Street's local model types get merged, which I am actually pretty bullish that it will end up there. Maybe not exactly like they proposed, but in some form. Then we'll also get a bunch of places where we don't need the GC at all, and that's going to be amazing. Same, very much. It's unboxed. Dioxuslabs.com. Damn, this is like stuff. I think you should be able to build this stuff on top of Riot just fine. Oof, I don't know about that. I think the React model is eh. Or let me rephrase that. I don't think the model itself is E, like deriving your view from your state is fine. I think React is just overhyped. Most people don't need React. Most apps shouldn't be React apps. Okay, chat, I'm gonna focus now. So if we're waiting on IO, we get a source for that token. And as long as we're still alive, then we'll do something. Because if we're not alive, then we just don't want to handle that. I think most likely this is going to be an if that happens here, right? We always want to deregister that source as soon as we got a token for it. But if the process is alive, then we're actually going to do this thing. If it's not, then that's fine. We just ignore. Then. Format. Exec. What? That can't be the issue. Seriously? That was the issue? Huh. Lucky ass. Yeah, so you can see the throughput is not brilliant. That's fine. We want correctness first. And we are running 50 connections here, but we still have a single acceptor, right? So what happens if we actually bump this to 100 acceptors? So this one's and one extra. Oof. I'm gonna remove that line from here. Ready? Even worse. I wonder what's the problem. Most people don't need Kubernetes either. But we live in a world where we gravitate towards what the big tech companies do instead of giving what fits a given project. Yeah, that tracks. I, how to say this? It's kind of like haircuts, right? Like some famous person gets their haircut to look one way or another, and there a bunch of people go like, "Oh my God, they're doing this thing now, so we should do that," right? And there's a lot of cargo culting of just. It's a big pop culture. There's not a lot of thinking. You okay? So that's interesting. This is not close to the performance that Diogo got on his machine. Let's do release mode and see what can we get here. A little better. The GC is much more aggressive now. So it just like, actually, I don't know if that's the GC, but we did see a big dip there. But that's 70K versus 200K that we had before. What the hell's happening? I'm getting 1,000 notifications. I don't know where from. Watch out, Leia. I don't know who that is. It sounds like Discord though. No, don't raid. Latencies are still pretty good. 95%. 90% is sub-millisecond responses. I wonder. I am unconvinced. I thought this was going to be a lot faster. Maybe that's okay. But it's still like 200,000 responses in 30 seconds, right? What if we do 500 connections? Just cuts down pretty much consistently. I don't see us maxing out CPU usage either here. So my guess is that there's still room for us to do things. Hey Privon, how's it going? That is excellent. It is a dromedary though, but it is excellent. I love it. What? It moves? That is excellent. Love it. quote, ocaml being used at Kinder Chocolate. Confirmed. Let's see if we can tag them. Kinder Chocolate. Is that an official account? No, right? Ugh, I can't type. Kinder Chocolate. Confirmed. It's a camel. It's 100% a camel. Oh, yes. Shouting at Nick alone. Fooding and dog fooding. Okay, we can just close that. So, all right. That is, I think that's okay. I'm not crazy happy about it, but we'll see what happens when... All right, we're in Linux. We can do better performance tools. We can use perf, right? No, not perfetto. Perf, Linux, ocaml. Perf profiling. Oh, this is excellent because I've had to use essentially the instruments, which, by the way, I wrote this section of the docs, just saying. Which is okay, but it's not, it has, I have problems with it. Now, Leia. No, Dios. Leia, stop trying to raid the channels, all right? No. Here. Making room. Here. Yes. Come here. Yes. Yes. Okay. Here's where I drag you, right? There we go. Okay. You comfortable there? Cool. Ow. Bacterias and dromedaries. Okay, so we want to use perf, which hopefully we have. To perf, we don't. Sudo apt search perf. Qperf, netperf. Where the hell is perf from? We should have a link to perf here if it's a tool that you can install somewhere. Like, I need to know where it comes from, right? Linux perf or apt install perf. Yes to installing random garbage from the internet. No, I don't have time for that. Like, I'm not here to Nix. Nix is just a tool. As long as it gets in the way, I ditch it. Done. Brew works for Linux. I will have to try that. For sure. Okay, so we want to do that, right? And we don't want to run native. We want to run build default bench HTTP server X, right? Okay, so that's not something that it says here. So much hair. and we want to do -1, I guess. Wait, so we have that already, or? Oh my god. So it's not as easy as running these things. Like, I need to do stuff. I kind of miss the instruments now. Instruments is pretty easy. Set up Ubuntu for performance profiling. I saw a better one there. That one. No, that's not what I wanted. Performance mode. Performance for profiling. Paste. Oh, what did we do? Wait, we have that. I added that. Why do you keep saying that? No, this is a different error. Okay, so now that's running. All right, cool. So we're gonna run this for 30 seconds, right? We're gonna get a trace, and then we'll have a look at that trace and see what happens. I don't really need this anymore, so I'll just keep it there. It's good for the buttons. This one's clipping and stuff. Okay, so we want to do perf report as soon as we're done with that. Mostly great. Show me shit. So what does this command do? What? We have 3 gigabytes worth of... Well, thank God we have a beefy machine, right? I really hope it's not going to give us a gazillion lines of things to go through. Threadripper. This is a Threadripper from 2019. So a pretty old one by now. But I got a friend who got the newest one. I think with 128 threads. Pretty impressive stuff. Ooh, I love this. Look at that. Oh my god, this is so much better. I can see where it comes from, the shared object, the symbol. Incoming interrupts. Okay, so now I just need to sort this. Learn how to sort that, right? We have GI. Oh no, what did I do? Escape. Thank you. Cannot load. Nice. I have an M1 Pro MacBook that this is the MacBook, right? And we're SSH into that Threadripper. So pretty similar setup. Why do we have so much sleep here? You sleep? Where do we even do sleep? We do not. We're not sleeping anywhere. Oh, it's gonna process again? That's annoying. Let's see if we can get an HTML report. Of course, bread and egg. This makes sense. I think we will also want to do a profile debug build, right? So zoom in with enter into the threads, right? Escape to zoom out. So I should be able to do escape here. No, I don't want to escape. How do I zoom out then? Bagoop. Back down. Collapse all call chains. Expand one call chain level. That's what I wanted to do. Wait, we've been pressing space. Space navigates. Where? Is it going? Oh, okay. I think this is just going down. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So if we go into here, server. We press enter, we can do that. And we can just escape there, right? Perfect. And if we press plus, hello, expand column. Yeah, that should be the one, right? Okay, got it. This too is dope. Love it. What is this? Clone start thread. That is taking so much time. So the GC, we're GCing like absolute crazy. Why is the GC doing so much work? Okay, so I'm a little confused now because this looked like the exact same numbers we saw up here, right? 3320, yeah. Same here, right there, and here, 32, 3320. So this feels like it's a repeated number, right? And I would like to see, let's say, a breakdown by thread so I can single out one thread and say this is the thing that's happening there that is doing the most work, right? So let's see if we can do that. Annotate current symbol, collapse all call chains, display column headers, change percent limit. So the things I wanted to take the most time, like for example, calls to write V, right? They are not. So most of the time is spent doing other crap. Cool. So open everything, close everything. What? Look at that. How many events we have there. Crazy. Okay, so this is not very helpful at the moment. I can see that the GC maybe is kicking up and doing things. The functions we have here are not really that interesting. Like this will be the what? That's a different one. Why are we doing so much work on the GC? Is it the tokens? We have another one here. So let's, all right, we're gonna ask GPT here, or actually we are in Brandon Gregg's website, right? Let's look at the one-liners here. I would like to do a breakdown of these events by thread, but I don't know enough about this tool. So ChatGPT 4, we were debugging the thing. Okay, so we are now profiling ocaml program. When we might as well go to ocaml AI here. Hi, we are profiling an ocaml program in Linux using perf, and I'd like to see a breakdown of perf report per thread, so I can isolate. Yeah, let's start there. See where it takes us. Oh, doing the build system just uses X for the executables as an extension by default, but you know, it's just a convention. Okay, that's good. Com thread. So no, god damn it, I didn't want to close. I wanted to see a known sort key. All right, you want to eat that as it comes. Okay, I can buy this a little better. I think this is maybe not, but okay. This is what we have. We have a shared object here, which is all of the syscalls, and I kind of like that. pthread, libc, that's okay. This shouldn't be that much work, anyways. Oh wait, this is where we do the GC, right? Handle incoming interrupts, and then this is like most of that GC. Equal wait, ready B, equal control inlined, and here we see what? Backup thread function. Wait, are we starting processes? How many threads are we actually starting? I don't see anything here. Okay, this is not doing a lot of work. Understandably, I don't expect there to be a lot of perf content online. Linux perf group by thread. Ooh. Hey, Privan. Finally, what? DB Cam? It's like OnlyFans, but for DBAs. Nice. Okay, I think that makes sense. We will. We seem that to be recording things correctly, so we'll just try to do it faster. Wow, that is so broken. Oh, right. Typo. Build. Right, we'll do that. And we'll just do 10 seconds here. And then I'll cut it at the source. And 100,000 events, cool. So we have the data now, and that should be perf data. So what, how the hell does it collect data so fast? And let's do perf report to we, right? This should be a breeze. Like, pushing, done. Oh my god, I swear to god. The only thing that she taps is the raid channel button. It's like, not yet, not just yet. did I do? What is this? I got no indication whatsoever. Just the addresses of the code. Useless. Why are we calling you sleep so much? I don't think we are. Okay, this makes no sense. Okay, so let's see if we have better luck with gprof. How do we profile with gprof? I would also open the server, right, and set the runtime level to debug. We should see quite some stuff there, quite a bit of things. God damn it. Talk to me, huh? I wanted to do exec here, right? Okay, so we definitely have a bunch of threads popping up, right? So let's do something. We're gonna go into bench HTTP server, and we're gonna say workers, and we're gonna do 0, right? So this will only run the IO thread, right, and one worker, the main thread. So here threads should be mostly 0. It might be 1 in some cases where we do the IO. And we can run OHA again with one connection. So I think we can try to use prof for that. So minimize the amount of noise and data we have. Cool, okay. So prof space record. There you go. So let's have OHA ready there, and we'll just do 5 seconds. So done. Cool. We have that there, and now we can do profile. What was it? Report. Should be a lot more manageable. And if that doesn't work, then we'll try it with gprof. So most of our time is spent here, right? This is great. Why don't we get anything here? What is this? Jesus, this is like slightly the same address for everything, just moves by what? A difference of 7, 9. What is the difference between that and this? Can anybody do XMF on their head? XMF? And we have the T, was it? For threads, yeah. Okay, so it appears to be that something that we're doing, right, is allocating a bunch of strings. So we can see that here, camel alloc string. And maybe this is what's triggering the GC, right? So maybe for this server, right, what we need to do is actually not reallocate the string all the time, but sort of reuse the same byte buffer, right? Because right now what we're doing, if I go here, right, is we're using IOVEC create, right? And we create that on every request. We are not really using that buffer at all. We just use this to read. So we might allocate that once, right? And just reuse it. We're literally dropping that buffer, right? We write our IOVEC data from the outside. And that's something else that we could just do that there. Now, this is not a fundamental problem, right, with the scheduling or gluon. It is just that we wrote a shitty server, right? So we'll have a look at that and see if this fixes something. Doing format, run the server, right? And we got one connection, 5 seconds, roughly 37,000 responses. Let's see again. Yeah, so that's a lot better, right? Because we don't do the allocation. My guess is that if we do the same call graph recording now, right? And then we come here and we run that, and then as soon as 5 seconds are over, we kill it, right? And we go into the TUI. Then we won't see that much GC work. That's my expectation, right? We would definitely not see that much camel alloc string happening. We're gonna sort by T. Yep, we're gonna go to the first one. We're gonna open that up. And voila, there's very little camel alloc string. I don't see that happening. So mostly what we're doing is waiting for epoll, right? And that has just a little bit of alloc, which is fine. And then writing, write B, and so on. And then reading, and then this one is it terrible? I don't know, it's just too many calls. I can't see anything there. Conditional signal, I think, viewed, where are we using this? Hello Mohai, how's it going? And then polling is happening here. And we also don't get to see much of where, but that's fine. So 80% of a program now becomes just getting data in and out, which I really like. So I'm okay with that 20% for now. So let's do one more thing. We are going to bump the number of connections. So instead of 5 seconds, let's do 30 again, right? Let's see how that behaves. Nice. You can see the GC kicking in and out there. We are very close to the gluon server at this point, right? Which was a little over 200K, I believe. So gluon examples. We can double check that. So we got roughly 500,000 right in 30 seconds right here, and we'll do the same thing for just the bare bones gluon. Whoa, what did I break? Oh, port, right. 9001. Let's double check the volume levels. People are saying the audio is low. I think the audio should be fine, but maybe I'm wrong. So I'll just put this on 0. The microphone is on 0 now. And the music itself, if I go to Spotify, I will bump this to the max. Ooh, that's loud. It's pretty loud on my end, at least. Alright, folks, what do you think? Modify the volumes just a little bit. Should be a little louder. You should be able to hear me well. Loud and clear. Better. People say better. All right, cool. Diego, don't worry. Like, I think it's good for you to bring this up because it could be that other people have the same issue, right? So if it sounds good, great. Now, if the sound looks good and you have some form of synesthesia, then I'm kind of jealous. That must be interesting. All right, so let's see how we do here. Just messing with you. All right, so that's good. We have 40,000 event requests per second, per 10-second difference. I'm okay with that at the moment because gluon is just like nothing. It's just the I/O, right? So this should be like 700,000, maybe 800. No, 700 tops, right? So that's not that different, right? 735 from the 544, right? 635. So 635, 544. So 91,000 responses more, but the slower one that uses Riot actually has and a scheduler, it has a lot of things, and it can run in multi-core, but we're not running it yet. And I think here is where this should start flying. So if we go to 10 connections, then what can this do, right? We have 0 workers now. We're gonna run that first and see what happens and how it behaves. And then we're gonna just unleash the rest of the workers. Interesting, right? So almost 2 million requests here in total, responses. Most of them, virtually everything 2 milliseconds or below. 65,000 requests per second. That's good. And this is running on a single core, right? A single worker and an IO thread. So let's bump this to 2. So we get main thread, IO thread, 2 worker threads, right? Let's see what happens there. My guess is that we are doing something wrong here when we have more threads. Actually, let's just do 1 extra worker. So we have 2 workers picking up processes, right? Riot processes and doing work. 1 that is just exclusively polling, right, for IO. There we go. Ready? So it's lower. There should be some overhead, I think. There probably some log contention. The 2 schedulers might be fighting over a global process table that we have right now. this is gonna be tricky to debug, and we're gonna have a crap ton of events for the profiler to do some work. What I don't like is that we're seeing just all of those memory addresses, right? Whereas I would really like to just see the debug information for all of that. Right? So if we go into the profile, call graph, perfect. We're gonna do this is gonna be a lot of data. 5 seconds. Open the TUI, and that would be like, I don't know, 700 megabytes. No, 295. All right, cool. Dope. All right, we're gonna go to do a little bit of a mood change here. Gonna go with Emil Priver's 80s banger playlist. Absolutely amazing playlist of bangers from the 80s. And we're just gonna play it. 1, 2, 3. It starts really high. It's Def Poggers. Ooh, look at that. Oh, Genesis. We definitely need some like Genesis. Land of Confusion. Jesus, He Knows Me. Oh my God, that's such a good song. Invisible Touch. I love I Can't Dance. But I think Invisible Touch would fit in your playlist just fine. And I probably would also put something like Land of Confusion or Mama maybe. Mama is just weird, but it's like, I guess, iconic. Home by the Sea is really good as well. Actually, we're going to listen to Genesis of the song. I'm just going to cue this. Save to my library. Add to queue. I don't know. I think a couple of hours. It's 10 over here. You know what? We're going to make some FOMO here on people. I think we have a better one to share. Where is it? That one. This is pretty bananas, right? I'm going to move that over there. Save the clipboard. Right on stream. Making riot ridiculously fast. Nope. We're just using it as a baseline and writing ocaml code to expose, to define all the constants right now. Then we'll start adding syscalls, wrappers, and those most likely will just write in C. To be determined though. I'd be okay with a Rust-based solution that doesn't require Rust at installation time. So maybe something that spits out C. Thoughts welcome. Go chat. Go at it. This is pretty fast. I like it. I mean, it's a dumb hello world, right? That's okay. But this is sort of giving you a baseline of if if you measure just the machinery behind your server, this is how fast it can run. And I think that's important. Obviously, if you do crazy slow things on top of that, it is gonna get crazy slow. Like there's no saving you. If you have like a unique sleep 10 seconds, then that's it, right? Can't fix that. But otherwise, looks okay. All right, so we wanted to check this trace to see what the hell was happening here. We do see that most is just write and read, which I love. The more of this we get, the better. I don't yet know how much ePOL we should be expecting, right? But I would assume that it's roughly the same amount of control as control null. Okay. And then we have a bunch of this stuff. And I really, really don't like that this has happened. But I think this is, like my gut tells me, this is going to be a functorized map. Because, I mean, I've seen other traces on the Mac versions, right, of Riot that have looked similar. Okay, let's run the thing with all the cores. It gets a lot slower when we have all the cores up and running. Latencies are still good, but there is something here that's not going well. Okay, so we're gonna run perf on that with all the workers, and we'll see what stands out. I'm trying to think what interaction between the threads, right? Would have that issue. Okay, so this is the one that we expected to be tops, right? And it is not that much. And this is, I think, the problem with the throughput. Whatever this is, it is taking a ton of time, right? Does that even add to 62? 17 plus 16 plus 8 plus 6. Yeah, it does. Give or take. What is this? And why do I have so much of it? I thought I was wrong when no one was right. The other way around. It's just a shame that so you would say 9 when you know that it's white. It's just a shame that's all. What does it always seem to be? Me looking at you, you looking at me. So it's the same, it's just a shame that's all. All of the time. One bite. All of the time. From my head down to my toes. So it was the same, it's just a shame that's all. Okay, so let's revisit this. I'm gonna close. What am I doing? Yeah. So, riot. The architecture it has is that we would use a main thread. I do actually. I do have a guitar over there. I don't know the song though. Do 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 do. And then we will do schedulers, which will be the domain count, right? And the domain count is actually defined, like we ask for that very explicitly. And that is defined in the riot start function, run function, right? Where we say the max amount of workers will be the recommended amount minus 2, right? The recommended amount is essentially a constant, right? That comes from a module somewhere. I think maybe raw here. Yeah, so recommended amount count here, right? Whoa! Uninvited guest, thanks for the subscription. So if we have 1,000 cores, that's going to be 1,000, let's say, right? And then we do minus 2. So we get 998. Why minus 2? Because we have the main thread, which we do not need to spin a new domain for. And then we have the IO thread, right? That runs the polling loop. So of course, if we have a 1-core machine, right? Then this will be minus 2. So we just grab the maximum between 0 and that. And that means if the worker count is like 7, we get 7. If it's minus 2, right, or minus 1, then we use 0. That's fine. Yeah, actually, that's the maximum amount of workers we can use. So then we pick the minimum between whatever you said and what we realistically can have, right? We do a bunch of resetting and so on, and then we spin up the things. So when we spin up the things, we go through this process, right? Spawn scheduler. Every scheduler runs a loop. It's the same loop for everybody, right? And the IO thread runs its own loop. The IO loop is crazy, like straightforward. While we're not stopped, we call the poll.io function, which gives us a bunch of events, and then we go through all of the events, right? And do some work. Okay, I think I know what the problem is. Because dash map is a pretty stupid data structure, right? Like, it's a hash table, and it has a lock in front of it, which means if you want to read from that, we log the table, get the element, right? And then lock the table. So keep that in mind. So that's the part, that's the IO loop. That's the whole thing, right? When we get an event, we can check the token, find the right process, see if that process is waiting on that token. If it is, we get a source. Then we deregister the source because we clearly have received the notification we expected. And then if the process is alive, then we do something with that. Else we do nothing. So far, so good. Now, on the other side, the scheduler run is a little more complex, right? It has a bunch of things happening, including an idle loop, so with a condition variable, right? That makes sure that if we cannot do anything, we just wait, right, until a process wakes up somehow. Could be a timer, it could be a message arriving or whatever. Otherwise, we will grab up to 5,000 messages, right, processes. And we will do that loop. And we will pop from the queue, right, up to 5,000 processes. And we will run every process. Not to completion, just until the next stopping point. After we're done with the processes, we will tick the timers. So this is something that could be more granular. It could be like 1,000 processes, for example, right? Or we could do a loop where we tick the timers in between 1,000 processes up to 5,000 processes, for example. But really here is where most of the work is happening. God, sometimes the cat allergies just destroy me. My whole face itches right now. Anyway, so there's a bunch of things that happen when we step through a process, right? If it's finalized, then we fail because the process should never be in the ready queue if it's already finalized, right? If the process is waiting for I/O, we do nothing, we just keep it, right? If it's waiting for a message, then maybe we have a timeout or something set up. So we go through that. If the process has exited, then we handle the exiting of that process. And by exited, we mean like it's terminated. If it's running or it's runnable, right, then we go through 100 run. And these two states are mostly the same. The main difference is that runnable, right, is something that is not running yet. Running is something that is currently being executed, or we're in the in between iterations of executing it. So we'll go through this one, right? Ooh, great song. When we get a process, we mark it as running, and then we call perform. Hello, Indiana Jones. Indiana Jones. How's it going? Making me sweat. Gators getting close and gonna me yet. I can dance. I can talk. Such a good song. Woo! Yeah, ocaml for the win, everybody. Yeah. All right, so the important thing here is that we will call perform, right? And perform is run 1,000 times, up to 1,000 times, right? And this is the real process loop, right? So when you do a process with spawn and you put a function, eventually we will call perform on that function. And perform does this nice little thing where it says, hey, if there's an effect, right, that needs to be executed, then this is how you're going to handle that. And you'll notice that Riot has an embarrassingly small number of effects. We have syscall, which is the one we're going to dig into now. You have receive and yield. Anything else is like, we don't know about that, just re-perform, like re-raise, essentially. Yield is to tell the scheduler, hey, this is a checkout point. So if I am done with my essentially fuel or coins to run, then feel free to stop me here, right? This is something that we do to play nice with all the processes in the same scheduler. Receive is what we use to say, I'm going to receive a message, and I want you to stop me unless I have a message, and I can pull it out immediately. Syscall is the one we use to say, I want to wait until that token, right, a particular source, like a socket or something like that, it is ready for this interest. An interest can be read or write, right, or both. And that's an interesting one. We're going to ignore all the timeout code here. We're not really using timeouts right now. So in this piece of code, we begin by saying, oh, one second. Jesus, the allergies are just terrible. We're going to say, does this process have a token ready, right? And a token is essentially some I/O operation, like reading a socket or sending a message on a socket or something, that is sort of ready for us to do it. Like, you know, when you go buy food somewhere and they give you a number, say, okay, this number represents your food in the future, right? In the future, they're going to be like, oh, number 44. And then you go like, oh, yeah, I got 42. Okay, that's not your food. So don't take it, right? So if we have a ready token, that token and the source it comes accompanied with, right, essentially are a pair saying you may continue, right, whatever you were waiting on for this token. So in our case, it would be like eating. So we just do k continue. However, if you have no ready tokens, right, that must mean you're registering one now. So a process at any point in time has either has some ready tokens, which means we're going to consume those, or it does not, which means if it's handling a syscall effect, it is trying to register one. I think that could be a little clearer. Right now, this is the architecture we have. And here you'll see, again, this dash map data structure comes up, right? Where we're saying, I'm going to grab a token, and I'm going to replace that token as a key, and this process as value in the global table of processes, right, in the I/O scheduler. So here we have another point where we're trying to lock, right, on that table. And that is pretty garbage. Because this thing and this thing, right, are now locking each other. Which means if we have one process, right, and I/O, that's mostly okay. Because when the I/O is about to block that one process is either before, so it's doing some work before, or reaches here and it's about to register something in there, and nobody gets bothered. That's why hey Quax, how's it going? That's why the performance is mostly okay, right? Or comparable to gluon without Riot. But when we start adding more threads, then the fact that the IO scheduler is taking a lock on that table, that means we may stop all of the threads, right? And when the next thread tries to grab the lock, then everybody else is still blocked in that. So I think this is a good place for us to replace this data structure with something less safe, maybe that doesn't take a lock on that. Just because we know that this table, right, is additive. It definitely is a problem as well, right? But we are always inserting a new token. So I would expect the get operation, right, and the insert operation to be okay to happen separately. Do you have a workload from a real project to run? Not yet. I do have some things that I want to use Riot on, but we're still making sure that the layers that we have below, right, are working correctly. So right now we have some IO bugs, right? So if you run something in one thread, that's fine. But if you throw like the many threads that we have in this tiny machine, that I think you will appreciate. Look at that, right? This thread reaper. Then performance goes to absolute shit, right? And it's not like he's like, oh, 5% slower. No. Like we're talking, we go from 2 million events in 30 seconds, right? Or RPS. No, not RPS. Requests in total, down to like 90,000. So it's pretty bad. Thanks for the follow, SBTW15. Very creative name. I really like it. Scala build tool win. So what I'm thinking is that we can quickly replace this with a table, right? And see if that contention causes any problems. Still pretty bad. So I wonder if the real thing we need to do here is have the tokens associate arbitrary data that we can cast back into a process, right? So we get rid of that table entirely. But just to sanity check, right, we'll come back here and we'll say workers 0. Whoa. Are you serious? I thought the order of things was good. Hash table, find, hash table, replace. Yeah, we put that in the table way before we register for the IO. What the hell? Seriously? And I think this can be an ad. We also will run with ocaml run param b. So line 444 in the scheduler, it is right here. That is interesting, because we're not really removing it from there, right? I am confused. So gluon Paul register, right? We are only calling that after we've added to the table. Seven commercials in a row. That sucks. Sorry, folks. They need money. Yeah. If you don't want to give the money to Twitch, but you want to sponsor me in some way, there I do have a GitHub sponsors page, and this is mostly going straight to me. So might be better than the subscription here. Beast. Fun fact, that was a single core. Ooh-hoo-hoo. Hey, Patrick. Okay, so let's do that. Let's associate to a token, right, an arbitrary value, right? Oh, riot is a scheduler, is a stack for ocaml. So if you're writing ocaml, you can look forward to writing, on top of the riot scheduler that lets you write programs in ocaml like you were running them in Erlang or Elixir. So by default is fully multi-core. So you just write a program, right? And then we will parallelize as much as we can for free. It will be roughly a little slower, right, than using a lower level library for managing threads and stuff like that. But it also means that we don't have to make you pay the cost. The library pays that. So it's much easier to use, right, from a developer perspective. And, as any actor model thing, we're doing a lot of cool stuff with that. Like processes are very lightweight, so you can have 10 or 10,000 of them, right? It's fine. Message passing between processes is typed, right? We built rudimentary supervisors, something that we need to improve on. We even have a rudimentary generic server. So if you're familiar with Elixir, it's a lot like that. And right now on stream, we are making sure the async IO layer of Riot works well on Linux, because it's been working fine on Mac OS with KQ, but on Linux we're tweaking that, and we're learning that there are some problems that can be fixed, so we're trying to fix them. No worries, anytime. Okay, so what I'm thinking is that we will do something like this, right? We will make the gluon token take anything, any value, and we'll pack that value, right? And then it's up to you to unpack it later. You have to figure that out. But that means you will receive the same value, right? Out. Hey Vega, where are all the camels? What do you mean? The ocaml is right there. So this will help us get rid of that table, which means we won't have that synchronization point at all, right? When the IO loop, somewhere here, right? Where the IO here, receives the token, then we'll be able to actually extract the process from the token. And Privan, when you saw an after here somewhere, right? After. This is a constructor for a polymorphic variant. So it's a variant that doesn't need to have an upfront definition. So it's the same as saying, okay, we need after and infinity, but we'll have to define our timeout type, right? Ahead of time. They're a little less performant than regular variants, negligibly so in some cases, right? They're convenient for a lot of things. We can use Riot for writing a really performant CAF. Yes, 100%. Yes. Soon, very soon. Okay, so I think we'll do that. I think we will. I kind of want to pack with the process. Like I would love to pack the function, right? Describes the world. No, the function that will run when the process is picked up, right? So essentially, if we could put this as a function, right? Like this phone proc. The whole thing there, right? In the token, that's fine because like it looks like a big thing, but it's really a pointer, right? Everything in ocaml is just a pointer. If Riot riots, how many riots does Riot riot with? 7? Per riot. So it depends how many riots is rioting with. Multiply that by 7. Okay, don't know. Maybe I'm tempted to do that. Because then, if we do that, then the polling would be. Okay, no, never mind. We're gonna do the dumb thing. We're just gonna say we make a token, and the token actually receives a thing, right? So we go into gluon common. We have a token. The token now will be essentially a packed type that will take an int and some value, right? We don't know what it is, right? What are you complaining about? All right, our make function is, we cannot do of int anymore. We cannot just willy-nilly create one of these things, right? We can get the int part, that's fine. And we'll only use the int for comparisons. And when we do next, we will take some value, some val, right? and then we'll do t, and then we'll pack that value with like that, right? So now our t function here takes, actually we just need to take the x there. Perfect. Next takes a value a, whatever that is, like whatever you want to put in there, value. And we don't have an of int anymore, right? Everything else should work exactly the same. And for hashing, we'll just use the int part as well. That's a good point. We can actually do that. Make, and if we make it atomic, then we don't need the ref anymore. So we'll just do so this is the current value, and then we'll do if atomic compare and set, right? This, no, where are we? Sorry, jump files. Ugh, come on, seriously, Vim? You're gonna do that to me? Gluon, come on, there you go. Ink, right? And then the next value is gonna be this plus one, right? Or actually, it's gonna be this thing. And we can do this next, right? So compare and set current, this next. If that's true, then we do nothing, else we will recurse, right? So we do that, and now we can do ink, like that. Right? That makes sense? So this function should return, no wait, we want to return this next. Cool. So now this returns the int64 that we want, right? Unfortunately, fetch and add only works for ints, doesn't work for int64s. So it might be that this actually works under the hood, but yeah, it would be great if we had that, but in any case, like we can improve on that. Point is that we get next, and then we get this thing, right? And then we want to do to value, right? And then we have, this is never going to work. Like, oh, yeah, I did the wrong thing here. So this should be T like that everywhere. And then we have the int, and we have the value here. And we want to return that, but we can't because it escapes, right? What does the compiler say? Dune build watch, Dune build watch, right? Line 27, else ink, not break ink. Cool. All right, so that's expected. This function cannot exist really as we have put it there. So I'm going to do an eval here. Cool. And we can go into gluon common, right? Why don't you like it? What is the problem? Val to val or t value to value. Cool. So that compiles better. I'm going to close the thing below. It's funny, but it's just a gag. It's like, sure, it has many cores. Big deal. Right. The problem we have here is that once we pack a token with a value, right, we actually lose information about what that value has inside, right? That value type gets lost. We could parameterize all of the tokens with a type, and then we don't need a GAT anymore. We can just have a regular variant, right? And then that means this thing will be a value A. And if you have a token of value A, then we'll get an 8 out. And that will be okay. Now, the problem is that when we do this, we suddenly have to deal with that parameter, right? On all of the instances of value of token. And maybe that's okay, because maybe that pushes the GAT problem to the user of the token, right? Rather than trying to contain it within the token. Let's see how far that goes. So gluon MLI, that's broken for sure, right? Token now has a value, right? Okay, now we need to fix all the interfaces here. So we'll do V. Cool. So now gluon events, right? This needs a token, and yeah, okay. So we will have to parameterize the event as well, or come up with that token type from somewhere. That sucks. If we parameterize the event, we have a problem. If we do value here, because we cannot do, right, type equalities on module signatures when type actually has a parameter. It doesn't, we can't do that. It's just not supported, right? So I think we're gonna go with the nasty solution, which is we're gonna come here to the interface, right? And we're just gonna say, all right, no parameter, it's just a token, right? But you can grab a token and turn it into some value that you want. And this is dangerous, right? But you know, you're grown up, so good luck. Like that, you know what I mean? And this is gonna be like, oh wait, this thing cannot escape, right? That type, which is why we're gonna do object magic there. And this is a terrible way of doing this, but it is what it is. What were you expecting? I'm gonna get some Coke in the meantime. Coca-Cola. I'm just gonna drink it, all right, on screen. Nothing weird. Privan, do a thumb in the cam with your fingers, like this. I thought I had enabled the reactions though. Effects, yeah, I have the reactions. There's one that is, this one, I love it. It is so well done, you know, like just, you need the camera and they do the rest, that's perfect. Like, why do I bother buying and using and just installing a green screen if I can do this? We got rainy days as well. My code doesn't compile. Like, type errors. Object magic. There's a heart, thumbs down. Doesn't recognize my thumb. Not downward enough. This is awkward to make. Just boo. Do I need to do something? Or this party as well. Balloons. Minutes. Yes, I love that. Minutes is object magic. That is excellent. To be fair, I think we might find a good way of getting rid of that. So, for example, the ref type in Riot, right, does use an object magic, but it does it in a much more nice and principled way. So, this ref is just it doesn't even need to be like a gap like that. Like it could be that, and everything will be fine. Anyways, that's not the problem. The problem is that once you have two refs, we can actually do type equality on them by checking the ints, and if the ints are the same, then we expect them to be the same. And we have this thing that carries the proof that the type A and B are equal. So it's really nice. Oh, I don't think we have a Riot release 1.0 in like a while. I expect it to be 0.0, whatever, for a little bit until we have something that's nice and stable, and I'm happy with the APIs, and it's good. So on the bright side, this means that when you implement something like a gen server, right, and you create this new ref, right, with the right result type, and you receive that ref, you can do a type equality here and get an instance that says this is the exact type you're looking for, right? Reply rest. And then the type system is happy. Is there an object magic? Yes, but do you need to use it? No. It's under the hood, right? So I'm hoping that we'll be able to do something like this for the value. It's just kind of annoying that that's the way it goes. But maybe we can do the same thing, because I would like it to be a little more principled than just object magic, right? And just give whatever the hell you want out of the object. So maybe when you do to value, you need to also provide a ref. Or when you do next, you get a ref. The problem is that you have to store that ref somewhere, right? And then you'll have to retrieve it. And you cannot retrieve it if you don't know what process it belongs to. So it's kind of the same. Okay, let's start here and we'll see how we can make it better later. I like that. Unsaved value. Cool. So when we do a poll ML, right, line 28. Okay, so in ePoll we have U64, right? And this represents what? Now I'm talking to Jesus all my life. Oh, yes, he loves me. Indiana, yeah, I'm with you. Like, this is exactly why I'm trying to do this stack, right? And, you know, conditional compilation, which is useful for building low-level things in different operating systems. libc, so we don't have to do the same fucking bindings all the time, right? You depend on that, and this is like part of like baseline, right? Uh, IO right now, this is the streams, so essentially a read-write interfaces, so we don't have to implement those over and over and over and over again, right? And we have byte string for efficient and ergonomic, most importantly than just efficient, ergonomic, right? Byte string, like binary string pattern matching, efficient strings with pattern matching. Felipe did a fucking amazing job there. I love that implementation. It's really good. Gluon to be renamed to Ion. So this is the async IO that we're building right now, right? And all of this garbage is just layers. I mean, I say garbage because I'm writing it, but these layers, I wish we had already, right? I wish I could have just said like, oh, we're just gonna do processes. Excellent, right? So really, Riot, the runtime itself, is just the processes stuff, right? And on top of that, we can do other things that are more interesting, right? Atacama right now is socket pool, super basic, but it's like very few lines of code for what it gives you, right? The ability to say, I want to run this handler for a TCP socket on like 1,000 cores, do it, done, right? And we can optimize that layer and so on, right? Socket pools. And then I got Nomad, which is the more application layer stuff. HTTP1. Right now, 1 is the one that we support best. I have started to sketch HTTP2 support, right? But it's nowhere near done or tested. And then WebSockets here. And on top of that, we're using Trail, and this is more like a middleware framework. So this is closer to what a user would use, right? But my problem, right, is that not just that all the layers that have to be in place need a lot of work, but rather than a lot of the values throughout the ocaml ecosystem are not vocalized or expressed, right? So you grab a lot of like the Boonsley code and it's fucking amazing, right? But it seems to me that the values that he puts on the work that he does is like, one, I need this to be complete, right? Or if you're gonna do UTF, then that library handles all of it, right? And two, I need it to be type safe, right? So type safety goes over everything, and that's sort of the end. There's no thought of like, how can I make this just easy to use, right? The documentation is thorough, but it's also dense, right? Like you have to sit down and read through a bunch of text, no examples, or the examples you have are not as good, to be honest. Amazing code, but when you judge it through this lens, it's like, okay, this is what I need. And we need this stuff to be built in a way that prioritizes getting shit done, right? I don't want to learn what is the fancy abstraction used for incrementally parsing UTF. I don't fucking care, right? I just want strings where I say like, that character should be UTF-8, and it does it for you, right? I have my concerns about petrol. I think there's a very low ceiling of type safety above which you get in the way of the developer, right? I think it's fine if you really want to have that kind of safety in your queries. I don't think you need it. I think the right abstraction for a database should be string coming in, so you can figure out how to write that, right? Like, and then you get a row type, and you get a sequence out of that. So essentially a lazy stream of data, right? That. If you get that, then I don't care how you put together the string. We can use petrol, we can use other abstractions on top. And on the outside, right, if you don't want to deal with these row types directly, then you can implement serializers, right, from that row type into your data structures and so on. So this is what I would like to see, because this means I can just get stuff done, right? I need to write a query, I just write the query. Done. Move on. A lot of the values of these values are more aligned with the Go ecosystem than with something like Haskell, for example, right? Like I appreciate people like Boonsley building very complete, very type-safe libraries. This stack that we're building here, right, from config all the way up, is prioritizing, right, the maximum amount of type safety that does not get, right, in the way of you shipping stuff. So DX first. Rant. Sorry about the rant. I need to say this thing sometimes. Oh no, I think I'm having some latency problems. A 100% drawn, 100%. Hello. Am I dropping frames? Yeah, I'm dropping frames as well. Sorry, I'm having some latency problems. Holy crap, that is a terrible connection. I don't know what's killing my connection. Okay, I think we're back. Yeah, the latency seems to be fixed over here. Oh my god, what the fuck's happening with the internet? What the fuck is happening with the internet? I come all the way here to fucking Sweden and I have internet problems. Are you I I put up and lived with a terrible internet connection for a long time. A long time. I used to go to a mall to work because we didn't have internet at home. We could not afford it, right? So I would go to a mall and order a coffee, and I would sit down at the coffee shop, and with their shitty, probably even dial-up connection. No, it was definitely a DSL connection, but it was slow and shared with everybody else in the coffee, right? And I would work with that, which meant I couldn't do video calls. It would be audio calls at best, and the audio quality would be absolute garbage, right? And every time since I've been living here in Sweden, Ireland, just the EU in general, that I experience bad internet, it just triggers this visceral reaction, right? Because I remember, and I remember how much it sucked, right? To have to put up with that, to have to put up with people believing that the work and the quality of what I was doing was low, bad, because my internet connection was terrible, that I was unreliable because I couldn't show my face on a call. Just it's not a rational reaction to it. I understand, that's why I laugh. But it's just like deep inside, just I am about to find out. Because I am cat sitting for a friend, so this is her apartment. But this is pretty terrible. Look at this. Speed test won't start. Okay, maybe it's shields up. Let's try again with the shields down. Seems like Telenor. Oh my god. This is the worst. Took fucking ages to load that. Just, I don't want to see the ad. Just remove the ad. Look at that. Yeah. What is this? What in the fuck is this? I am dropping frames like crazy. Okay, maybe it's starting to compose itself. I see the drop frame rate is going down. Okay, latency, is it still garbage here? Latency is still garbage with my machine at home. And if we don't get the latency into a workable state, then we won't be able to do this. What should we name the CLI for SQL setup on migrations? I don't know if y'all can hear me. This is garbage.